Got a motion and a second to go into closed session for the above listed reasons. Any discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's 6-1.
No, I said aye.
Oh, never mind. It's
I just did that to get your attention.
passes unanimously. Let's head back to the.
Between your shirt and Mr. Pay's shirt, you got our attention.
Yeah, good gosh.
Y'all shouldn't sit beside each other.
That ain't that the truth. The chair will entertain a motion to move from closed session to open session.
So moved.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
I got a motion and a second to move into open session. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. At this time, I will call the Iredell-Statesville Schools Board of Education into open session for the month of March 2019. It is our policy to begin with a moment of silence in which board members, staff, and guests may privately reflect in their own way for the business of this meetings the thoughts of doing what's best for the world's most important resource, our children. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. In just a second, I'm going to ask everyone to stand, but first let me thank our JROTC from Statesville High School, the Greyhound Battalion. It's commanded by Cadet Command Sergeant Major Lomax. Right Arm Guard is Cadet Sergeant Yamaya. I'm sorry if I messed that up. The Carolina Flag Carrier is Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Chavez. The Left Arm Guard is Private First Class Sequoia. At this time, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, color. Order, color. Right, pace. Carry, color. Order, march. Thank you. Before we move into our meeting, I would like to notify the public that we are live streaming this event for our first time. We're good, right? Oh, there she is. Okay. We are live streaming this on Facebook. It's also being recorded by the Iredell County's video equipment. You can go on the school Facebook site, should be able to find a copy of that, or you could, as usual, you can go on the Iredell County website and find a copy of the board meetings. Before we move into our agenda, I'd like to clarify our public comment section. Two things. We'll have a public hearing, first off, for the local budget, and then our regular public hearing will be, as usual, at the end of the meeting. To be more aligned with our policy, but to allow everyone to speak, please sign up for the regular public comment section. There's a sign-up sheet out front. Anyone wishing to speak must sign up prior to the floor being open for public comment. There'll be no additional sign-ups once public comment starts. While the board welcomes our shareholders' views, please remember comments should not be slanderous or personal in nature. This board does not respond to public comments. To be fair to everyone, public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you. Board and Mr. Johnson, any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Page, I think you're going to be adding a property matter on the consent agenda. That's the property at...
Yes, sir, and I left my notes inside.
It's
Mr. Coutay, do you have
joint access agreement for Sandstone Loop
joint access agreement for Sandstone Loop?
with the caveat that the Iredell-Statesville schools would not be responsible for any of the maintenance or repair of any improvements that are made on that access easement.
This is something that was discussed in a closed session. More of a housekeeping thing than anything else. Was agreed to be put on consent agenda. We're going to move, since we've got there were some changes since the last board meeting. Is it the board's decision to keep the current expense budget on consent agenda? Was there anybody wanted to discuss any changes to it?
What do you mean the current expense budget?
Well, it's not on here to be discussed tonight.
I didn't realize it was moved to consent.
Nor did I.
Yeah.
Well, I was a little surprised it was on consent also. I'd like to remove A, Mr. Johnson,
Yes, sir. That's your
consent,
pleasure.
and put it at good gracious alive. I guess I.
Under 5. Yeah.
Yep, under non-consent. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, so we're going to take that off. You were going to add someone to the personnel?
Yes, we'd like to add the technology position to the personnel report.
It'll be under new hires?
That is a new hire.
Yes, sir.
Administrative appointment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, could you get... And that name, sir?
Hold on just 1 second here. David Edwards.
Okay, we're adding, for our consent agenda, we were removing A, putting it on as I, under non-consent agenda. We added David Edwards to the personnel list. Any other changes? Oh, and we also added the consent agenda, the joint access at Sandstone Loop with the landowners maintaining the property. Any other changes to the agenda? Chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended. Any discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Carries unanimously. Very good. At this time, we will open the floor for a public hearing on the 2019-20 local current expense budget. Is there anyone wishing here to discuss this subject? Please step forward. Board members, is there anything any of y'all want to say on the public hearing?
Mr. Chairman, I had no idea that we were
Now,
going.
remember, we're going to discuss this later to vote on it. Just anything you want to say at the public hearing. I'm just saying that
Well,
because we're
my personal opinion is it shouldn't even be a vote tonight. It should be
let's
discussed
take
as a
that.
board.
Let's take that up at when we discuss it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other? At this time, I'll close the public hearing on the local budget. We'll move into the consent agenda. For our consent agenda, we have the North Iredell and South Iredell rekeying projects, the joint access at Sandstone Loop, personnel report, and minutes from the committee of the whole meeting on February 4th and February 11th, the Board of Education meeting. Is there any comments or questions on consent agenda? Chair would entertain a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I have a second.
Second.
Got a motion second to approve consent agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Carries unanimously. At this point in time, we'll move into recognitions. First one, Mr. Todd Williams.
Good evening, board members, and good evening to everyone here tonight. I bring you some good news from Career and Technical Education tonight, as we have several students from CATS and in particular our auto tech program that competed in a competition at the NASCAR Institute called Top Tech Challenge. Read you just a little bit about it. Students participated in several event stations, and 10 of them actually showcasing their skills. The competition included 32 teams, with all the ACT teams finishing in the top 10. So all of our auto tech student teams finished in the top 10. Their scholarship winnings totaled over $50,000. So that's excellent. So tonight I want to recognize the students and their placing and also their advisors. So if you guys will come up when I call your names, we'll start off with Mr. Reese Hoover and Mr. Russell Gant. Did I pronounce that right? And their advisor, Mr. Ashley Pope. And I'd call Mr. Page, would you come down and would you do the honors of handing out their certificates, and we'll get a picture too? Come on up to there. These two gentlemen received $10,000 each to count toward their scholarship to go into the NASCAR Institute. So that's the first place winners in this competition. Second place competition winners were Mr. Austin Chambers and Mr. Paul Castle, and their advisor, Mr. Michael Bowman. Would y'all please come up, please?
Todd,
yes.
Tell their parents. If the parents want to get closer, you don't have to be so far back to take pictures.
If there are any parents here, certainly come on up.
Let them come on up closer.
Okay.
Parents need to come up here and take a picture.
So, second place winners, these two gentlemen won $7,500 each in scholarship money.
Wow.
So, our third place, more of our winners. What'd you have? Okay. So we have Mr. Braden Wares and Mr. Jeffrey Hurley, and their instructor or advisor, Dwayne Troutman. and I was just Jeffrey just told me that Braden's running a little bit behind, but he is on his way. And these gentlemen won $5,000 each.
Wow.
Okay, the next two I want to call up were in sixth place overall in the competition, and that was Mr. Matthew Gore and Mr. Nicholas Dugan. I hope I pronounced that right. And their instructor, Mr. Justin Bennett. Mr. Bennett, you're not near as good looking as your kids are, but they didn't make it. Those two gentlemen they won $1,000 each. That's excellent.
Wow.
And last but not least, in the seventh place, Mr. Ryan Goss and Mr. Walker Blockley. I'm butchering the names. And their instructor, Shane Fox. Mr. Fox. Yes, he is.
Racing somewhere.
These gentlemen also won $1,000 each for their scholarship. So. Okay. That's it. You got. So while this other gentleman is making his way up, we're really proud of these folks. Just to give you an idea of how good they are, they also competed recently at a regional contest called Skills USA in Wilkesboro. They had 3 first-place finishes and 2 third-place, and they'll go on to compete in April. I believe it's April 6th through the 9th at the state competition in Greensboro. Mr. Bowman, who's up here right now, they won the state competition last year and went on to the national and placed very well. So I'm expecting to be back here in the next couple of months to recognize them again.
Martin has to get out in the front, these tall boys. Martin, you have to get out in front.
Very good. Congratulations, guys. All right, next up we have Dr. Bowie Nunning. From picture taker to presenter.
Good evening, Chairman Page, Mr. Johnson, and members of the board. I would like to introduce you to Sherry Osborne and Beth Cupp. They are here from Classroom Central, and they are going to come speak with us for just a few minutes about the great things at Classroom Central and the Class Vroom, which is a mobile supply van, the great things they've done for us in Iredell County. So,
good evening. Thank you for having us today. I'm Beth Cupp and my colleague Sherry Osborne. And as Bowen said, we are with Classroom Central, which is a nonprofit located out of Charlotte with the mission to equip students in need to effectively learn by collecting and distributing free school supplies to their teachers. There's 1 in 2 children in our area who are living in poverty, and when they come to school without the proper supplies, that burden falls on their teachers. And our community came together in 2002 to try to help solve that problem. And the way we did that was with the nonprofit Classroom Central. Since we started in 2002, we have given away $60 million in free school supplies. to students in 6 districts, including Iredell-Statesville schools. Are you controlling that?
You can control it there if you need to. Just the keyboard's on the bottom in front of you, just slide it out.
If actually you'll just go to the next slide,
Okay.
That'll just show you, these are the 16 schools in Iredell-Statesville that we serve. So basically, in the 6 districts that we serve, any school where 50% or more of the student body is receiving free or reduced lunch, the educators at those schools are eligible to shop at the Classroom Central programs. Here in Iredell-Statesville, we have 2 programs that we offer for teachers in these schools. The first program is our free store in Charlotte, and that is literally a bricks and mortar store. We open our store 2 to 3 days a week for about 300 teachers each week to come and select from aisles of supplies that help them be more effective teachers and help their students be more effective learners. All of these supplies are offered free of charge to the teachers to bring back to their students in their classrooms. And then this year, we expanded our second program, our mobile free store, which we affectionately refer to as Classroom Central. This is our mobile free store that Sherry is in charge of. And this truck, which is a 40-foot beverage truck that's been retrofitted into a free store on wheels, is loaded with supplies and comes out, parks outside one of your local schools, and we invite teachers from Iredell-Statesville to come select supplies, just like they can at the free store. And we brought that up here twice this year. As was mentioned earlier, through the mobile free store, we've given away during those 2 visits about $62,000 in free supplies. And so far for the year, we have served 237 teachers, which equates to 4,740 students, and a total of more than $85,000 in free school supplies into your community. So we thank you for allowing us to come and tell you about Classroom Central and for the privilege to serve this community with your students and your teachers.
Thank you for doing it. Thank you very much. So many people have no idea what groups like this mean to our teachers and our students. It's these people stepping up, volunteering to help our students, and most people have no idea the amount of help our students get from these nonprofits throughout the area. And again, I just want to thank you for everything you do for our students. At this time, we will have spelling bee winners. Miss Kelly Henson.
Good evening. If I could have Mr. Johnson and a member of the board to come forward and help me recognize our spelling bee winners, and then followed by our science fair winners.
Cottle Creek, Charles.
Go, Charles. Charles and Todd. We're getting plenty of help.
Thank you. The Iredell-Statesville Schools District Spelling Bee was held February 7th, 2019 at McGray Auditorium on the campus of Statesville High School. The bee lasted 10 rounds. The final 2 words were valise and mutton chops.
So you two spell that. One for each of you. I'm sorry.
The winner will advance to the regional level of competition held at the SECCA in Winston-Salem, North Carolina on March 24th, 2019. I would like to recognize the following students who placed first and second at the Iredell-Statesville Schools District Spelling Bee competition. We're proud of each of these students. Our runner-up, Lena Zobrest, Lakeshore Middle School, 6th grade. And our winner for 2 consecutive years, Praneeth Devareddy, Cottle Creek Elementary, 4th grade.
Get in there like you like each other. Come on. Uh-oh. There you go. Now, what grade does this go through, Ms. Henson?
The spelling bee is through middle school. It's 3rd through 8th graders.
Oh, my, so he's just in 4th?
Yes, he's just getting started.
Very good. Yeah, my goodness. All right. At this time, Ms. Henson, you'll be doing our science fair winners.
Yes, so if I could have 2 other board members to come forward and help me with these awards. The certificates are up there.
Sam, you're up. Chuck, you're up.
Winning science fair projects from ISS District Science Fair advanced to the Regional Science Fair at University of North Carolina, Charlotte on February 2nd, 2019. 2 ISS students received honorable mention at the Southwest and Charlotte-Mecklenburg Regional Science Fair. Congratulations to Carly Dixon, Woodland Heights Elementary, and Carter Pearsall, Cloverleaf Elementary. If those 2 students would come forward. And if you just want to stay up there, we're going to have a really big group before we're finished, okay?
Get your picture first. Chuck.
He's not here, I don't think.
Chuck. Just trying to take your picture.
3 elementary projects from ISS were selected to advance to the North Carolina Science and Engineering Fair at North Carolina State University on March 29th through 30th. Congratulations to Caitlin Winkley, Cool Spring Elementary, Nicholas Moore, Ethan Nance, Briley Smith, Lake Norman Elementary, and Layla Wigington, Lake Shore Elementary. This is Miss Layla. Four junior division projects will advance to the state competition at North Carolina State University. Congratulations to Elena Driver, Mount Morn School, Brandon Moore, Mount Morn School, Nika Peri and Rika Peri, Mount Morn School, and Lily Goforth, Katie Martin, Northview School, if those students would come forward. In the senior division, ISS has two projects moving forward to the state competition at North Carolina State University. Congratulations to Carson Campbell, South Iredell High School, and Esha Shah, Lake Norman High School. Yeah.
For the whole
I
group.
do.
You know, I think the board members enjoy this time of year when all these young people, we deal with so much numbers and other things, and all of a sudden when we get to see the rewards of what these young people are doing, it makes it all worthwhile. Thank you, Ms. Henson. At this time,
They move on to the state.
yes.
One more.
Yep.
One more level.
Hopefully we'll have some on back again in about a month. Yeah, there we go. Recognizing state qualifiers from fall and winter athletic teams, Mr. Richard Armstrong.
Good evening, Mr. Page, Mr. Johnson, members of the board. Tonight I'm very happy to recognize athletes and coaches from our fall and winter seasons that were all of the years or state qualifiers or regional qualifiers. And so, Mr. Howell, if you help me out.
I'm going to send Mr. Kennington down also. Is that
and
right?
Mr. Kennington.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm not sure how many of these athletes are here, but we'll call everyone's name out. Beginning with Lake Norman High School, indoor track and field state champion Spencer Evans. I know that Spencer was not able to be here.
State champion.
Wrestling state champion Nate Dugan.
Yeah.
Wrestling All-State Will Edmonston and Caden Fisher. Swimming All-State and IMEC Swimmer of the Year Desiree Mayong. Coach of the Year, and I did see him here for women's swimming, Ryan Pagarsh. And competition cheer All-State, Ava Destefan. Ava will also represent, she will also be a cheerleader at the East-West All-Star Game this summer. Congratulations, Ava. That concludes the ones for Lake Norman High School.
Ryan, you hurt your foot in the pool.
Okay. Now representing South Iredell High School in women's swimming, all-region, Kenzie Cressy. Christina Ross. Rachel Snyder. Peyton Cox. Megan Cressy. And all-state in swimming, Kenzie Cressy.
Very good.
Right. South Iredell High School's men's swimming, all-region, Joseph Moore. Peyton Crawford. Timothy Russell. Hayden Crampert. Alex Ye. Nicholas Mueller, Connor Watling, and also for All-State in swimming was Joseph Moore and Connor Watling. Conference Coach of the Year in men's soccer, Kurt Rogers. And Conference Men's Swimmer of the Year, Joseph Moore. And then the North and South Carolina Shrine Bowl player, Jack Cutler. Need to make sure South Iredell gets the memo. They must be busy. All right. West Iredell High School, we had 3 wrestlers that received all-state honors from West Iredell. Landon Schufert, 2A state champion at 132-pound weight class. Seth Williamson, 2A, second in state, 170-pound weight class. And Victor Lambert, 2A, fourth in the state in 106-pound weight class.
Hey, Landon, can you take Peyton now? Can you take Peyton, your brother? Can you take him? I think Landon's brother was state champion last year, Peyton. I asked him if he could take his brother now.
Congratulations, guys. Statesville High School. Statesville's girls basketball was first conference tournament champs and playoff qualifiers for Statesville High School girls women's basketball team. Statesville boys basketball were regular season conference champs, conference tournament champs, playoff qualifiers for 2019, and we do have the boys coach of the year, men's coach of the year, Mr. Sonny Schofield. For wrestling, all right. For wrestling from Statesville High School, not sure if we had a state qualifier, Jason Schufert, state qualifier for wrestling. And for swimming, Megan Rose was a state qualifier in diving. So that's all.
And he was a good student.
Good job, Sonny.
There you go.
Congratulations. For North Iredell High School, for fall sports, we had Jonna Strange, cross-country runner of the year, placed 5th in the state. Winter sports, Miss Jonna Strange, indoor track, first place in state in the 3,200 meter.
There you go.
Patrick Mahaffey, with a 40-9 record, finished 7th in the state. And Chandler Jordan, 48-8 record, finished 7th in the state, wrestler of the year in the North Piedmont Conference. And this is the first. Miss Miranda Johnson finished first in the very first North Carolina High School Athletic Association Wrestling Invitational Tournament in the women's division for the state. Miranda Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Always great to see our athletes doing so well. It's a good year for Iredell-Statesville schools. Now, recognition of secondary band directors, Ms. Kelly Cooper.
Melanie, did you turn that off? Did you turn that off? Yeah, I switched it. Okay.
Music is a more potent instrument than any other for education because rhythm and harmony find their way into the inward.
It's really hard to do this sideways.
Music is a more potent instrument than any other for education because rhythm and harmony find their way into the inward places of the soul. Each year, a team of outstanding secondary music educators in Iredell County, North Carolina, come together to work collaboratively to provide students with an amazing all-county band experience. Talented students from schools throughout the county participate in this memorable experience. Each of our band teachers go above and beyond the call of duty to organize Saturday tryouts. They select outstanding clinicians, select and order challenging music, and 1,000 other little details that make this day one that students will remember for a lifetime. These teachers provide an example of extraordinary teamwork, collaboration, and attention to detail. Band instructors enhance and enrich the lives of students they work with as they foster creativity and perseverance, as well as teaching soft skills that employers are clamoring for in today's workforce. So this evening, I would like to present to you Iredell-Statesville School's secondary band directors. They are models of collaboration and teamwork, and they do amazing things for our students every day. Music education opens doors that help children pass from school into the world around them. A world of work, culture, intellectual activity, and human involvement. The future of our nation depends on providing our children with a complete education that includes music. Mr. Page, Mr. Johnson, and members of the board, this year I was given the opportunity to work with our fine arts teachers, and I will tell you that I was blown away with the collaboration and the dedication that these folks have, the tireless hours that they spend making sure that our kids have rigorous opportunities to express themselves through music. So I'd like to present to you this evening, and we've got some certificates for the teachers. Mr. Page, if you would come and present them, please. And I would like to introduce the band directors to you. We'll start with Amber Lakehoff, Abigail Shuford, Catherine Redling, Sonia Becknell, Crystal McDaniel, Alyssa Patazzi, Corey Struther, Megan Evans, Walter Wilson, Chris Brown, Charles Brantley, Amanda Tucker, Harriet Cooper, and Chad Evans. It's not unusual to see these folks at each other's schools. They help each other with their own concerts as well. They're just an amazing collaborative group of folks.
Thank y'all for what you do. Thank y'all for what you do. Believe it or not, one of my sons is living off music. So, thank y'all for what you do. Now, we want a group picture. If we have the guys in the back, girls up front, the ladies up front. Right here, slide on down. All right, this time, Dr. Nutting, your Energy United. And as chairman, I'm going to appoint myself to be the one that gives these two out. I have a reason.
Chairman Page, Mr. Johnson, members of the board, I'd like to introduce you to Maureen Moore. Some of you may remember her. She's a former Iredell-Statesville Schools employee, but she's here tonight with Energy United.
Great. Thank you, Bowen, and good evening, board members, Superintendent Johnson, Chairman Page, staff, and community members that are left tonight. I told the young ladies they saved the best for last because we're the last recognitions tonight. My name is Maureen Moore, and I'm with Energy United, and it's a pleasure every year for us to give back to the community. And we do that in a lot of ways. In a few months, you'll see we'll have hopefully a lot of teachers applying for bright ideas. We've given away nearly $750,000 to grants to teachers right here in Iredell-Statesville schools. We give scholarships to middle school students who love to play basketball, and we are still giving away every year 2 scholarships for $5,000 each to students going to college. And we also give back to needy members in our community, and a lot of people don't know that, but I'm proud to tell you in the last 3 years we've given away over $1 million to families in the community who are in need, and we're proud of that. But tonight we're talking about 2 young ladies that I asked to come forward at this time, right from South Iredell High School here in Iredell-Statesville Schools, Miss Olivia Castor and Julia McLean. They last fall applied for something called the Youth Tour, and cooperatives, electric cooperatives from all over the United States, pick 2 students per school district to represent their cooperative. And we serve 19 counties, about 200 high schools. Tonight is an extreme pleasure because both students are not just from Iredell-Statesville schools, they're from South Iredell High School. So congratulations to both of these young ladies who just wowed our judges. They'll be traveling to Washington, D.C. this June, all expenses paid, with co-op kids from not just around North Carolina, but from around the nation. So they're going to visit historic monuments, meet with congressional leaders, and hopefully meet a lot of new friends that they'll have for a lifetime. So we wish them best of luck in their travels. We hope you have a wonderful educational journey, and we can't wait to hear all about your adventure when you come back at the end of June. So please join me in congratulating Julia McLean and Olivia Castor from South Iredell High School.
Maureen, thank you and Energy United for what you do. Y'all have given out a tremendous amount of money to teachers to help them and our students. And I know I was a teacher about 20 years ago that won one of your $5,000 grants. And it made a huge difference. And actually, that started a project that is still going on at the Career Center. So that $5,000 of seed money has just continued to give to our students. So thank you very much for what Energy United does.
Also, before Ms. Castor leaves, I see one set of grandparents, but the other set of grandparents, Mr. Jay Raymer, retired, who's not with us anymore, was one of our educators, principals, and his other grandmother, Miss Rita back there, she's a retired educator from the school system. So thank y'all.
That ends our recognition period, but at this time I'm going to call on Mr. Johnson. I believe he wanted to recognize a couple of people.
Thank you, Mr. Page. Tonight we would like to formally introduce some new employees to the Board of Education. We will begin with Mrs. Angel Oliphant. The principalship at East Iredell Elementary School became vacant some while ago, and we conducted a very thorough interview process. We really want to thank all of the parents and community members that helped us through that process. And the candidate that rose to the top is no stranger to the Iredell-Statesville schools. Mrs. Oliphant was the principal at Third Creek Elementary School before she left us to go to Cabarrus County. Just a few things of note. Mrs. Oliphant is leaving the directorship of elementary education in the Cabarrus County schools, so she was in charge of all of their elementary schools there. She also provided support to the principals in 5 Spanish dual immersion schools in that school system. While she was principal here in Statesville at Third Creek, she began the Leader in Me program at that school, which is still in existence today. Mrs. Oliphant is a graduate of the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, where she received her bachelor's degree in elementary education. She also graduated from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte with a master's degree, and the University of Scranton in Pennsylvania with her admin licensure and degree. She is an award-winning principal, and we are absolutely delighted to have this young lady back in our school system. So, Ms. Oliphant, on behalf of all of us in the Iredell-Statesville schools, congratulations and welcome home.
Congratulations, won't you? Yeah. Miss Angel.
Miss Oliphant, you also have one of your parents with you tonight. So Jean Foster. Absolutely. So Ms. Foster, thank you for coming tonight and providing support for your new principal. That means a lot. All right, our next introduction is Dr. Carrie Tolbert. Here she is. Dr. Tolbert is no stranger to the Iredell-Statesville schools either. She's a former employee of ours. She worked over at ADR in academically and intellectually gifted children's department. Dr. Tolbert received her Bachelor of Arts in English, where she was a North Carolina Teaching Fellow at Meredith College. She received her Master's in School Administration from Gardner-Webb University and her Doctorate in Educational Leadership from Wingate University. Some of her positions prior to coming back to us included the principal at Concord IB World School. She was also principal of Mooresville Middle School, assistant principal at Mooresville Middle School, and as I said, worked for us in our AIG as our AIG director, and was an English language arts teacher at Lakeshore Middle School. Lots of accomplishments and professional honors. She has been the Wells Fargo, North Carolina Principal of the Year, the Southwest Regional Principal of the Year, the Lake Norman 50 Most Powerful Women Award, the Mooresville Graded School System District Principal of the Year, the North Carolina Schools to Watch Applicant Finalist, Lakeshore Middle School Teacher of the Year, and as I said earlier, a North Carolina Teaching Fellows. Dr. Tolbert is going to be at Northview IB, and we're very excited about welcoming this young lady back to our district as well. Thank you and congratulations.
We're welcoming her back also, and again, who was your English teacher? My wife was actually, yeah, was great. And then she taught my son's English in middle school. So I've had a lot to do with both of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
David Edwards. David, if you'll come up, please. Mr. David Edwards is our new Chief Technology Officer for the Iredell-Statesville schools. Mr. Edwards began his career as the Director of Media and Technology for Lenoir County Public Schools in 2005. He was the Chief Communications and Professional Learning Officer for the North Carolina Virtual Public Schools. Mr. Edwards went on to work in private business in the area of technology services for educators. He was also the Director of Strategic Planning and was most recently served as Vice President of Client Relations and Partnerships for, pronounce the name of that, David? Zia Learning Incorporated. At Zia, Mr. Edwards assisted schools and districts all over the country as they made efforts to implement blended learning and virtual learning solutions. Mr. Edwards has a Bachelor of Science degree in Management and Organizational Development. He has a master's degree also in Instructional Technology from East Carolina. So, David, welcome to our school district and our community. We're glad to have you.
Okay, at this point, I think we're through with our recognitions, and we'll be moving into non-consent agenda. Our first item is the discussion of the facilities use agreement and how it affects or the changes that we'll have to be making due to youth athletic, the discussion of youth athletics, as the county recreation department has withdrawn its direct support of these organizations, and therefore a little more responsibility will be coming to Iredell-Statesville schools. Mr. Jackson, comments?
Yes, Mr. Page, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, I place at your desk. This is an updated, revised board policy. This is just in draft form. It is not a first reading because we're still going to discuss it, but everything that has changed is highlighted in red. And again, I seek your guidance because there's a lot of discussion over several of these items. And Mr. Page and I spent about 30 minutes together the late morning, and I revised several of these areas and got it typed up and sent it out to you. So please review and send me your comments.
The basic changes are in order for us to do this properly, we will have to identify what we consider community-based sports recreational associations. Iredell County is providing $50,000 to cover the cost of to be put utilities and maintenance for all the organizations that have been classified as local youth sports organizations, and also the baseball, soccer, and judo, which are internal programs within the Iredell County Recreation Department. Mr. Jackson and I met today. We were in contact with Iredell County, looking at what they had required in the past. We came up with, and again, this is just draft, but we will have to vote tonight to accept this and tell Mr. Jackson to move forward with it, because the county commissioners are going to have to, they're waiting to see if we're going to accept this what we're going to do. They have offered us $35,000 to help with costs incurred So that would be a total of $85,000 yearly. What we listed, and I sent all the board members trying of a history of this, trying to get us caught up in history. And you can read what we've got here. It really doesn't change much from where we're at today, except for we will have to check off the blocks to make sure they have provided the documentation that will be needed. That will be the only real change. All the paperwork and everything will be submitted just like it has been in the past, and the costs will be pretty much exactly like they have been in the past. There'll be no change to any of that. This is an important part of this overall fee structure that Mr. Jackson and who's been working on it? Todd and Bill. Mr. Howell have been working on. So tonight we will need to vote to approve this draft to go forward. But this is not a vote on the policy.
Mr. Chairman, first let me say thank you, Mr. Jackson, for your hard work, because this is a very complicated issue. Board members, Mr. Chairman, I've struggled over whether we should vote for or against this, but I would be willing to vote for this if I'm going to make a motion that we insist that the $35,000 be used for a part-time position that solely does nothing but facilities. In other words, that person would have to be taught by Mr. Jackson how to do it, but it would alleviate some of the work he's doing and thus administer to these different organizations. Also, he would take the pressure off of our principals if there were issues. The principal gets a call on Monday morning, they would refer to this gentleman or woman, whoever we pick, or whoever the superintendent picks. But I would want to make a motion that this money be specifically for this type of person.
Okay. Other comments?
Well, I'm kind of torn about this as well. A big concern I have is that, and now, if we hire this person at $35,000 a year, and I think legal has given us some advice on this, but, what if that person doesn't check the documentation properly, and with regard to insurance, and we end up having a lawsuit because of that? Also, the amount of money that we're getting, Mr. Jackson has already told us in the last meeting that the $35,000, that a part-time person couldn't do the job in the first year. Is that correct?
It'll be very tough the first year.
Yeah, so there's going to be some additional expense on our part. Mr. Jackson, we're trying to move him out of that role that he's been in of doing a lot of this. So, I don't think the school system needs to be in the job of administering what the Parks and Recs has been doing in the past. But that's all I'm going to say about it.
Well, the rec department voted to not do it. So, we basically got two options. Option one or our option is to approve this, and as far as liability, we found out the rec department was not doing their job properly on making sure these organizations had insurance. I'm going to be honest, if I got a watchdog, I'd rather have my watchdog watching than somebody else's watchdog. But that's my opinion. In a perfect world, our rec department would be well financed and could hire people and completely oversee these operations. But that's not the way it's worked in Iredell County. It's worked with having these local youth organizations, which I've been involved in for years and years. They do a wonderful job. So I really think at this time we've just got to make this decision to accept this or not to accept it. Not changing a whole lot other than our people will have to check the boxes off. I'm going to tell you, if we don't do it and this county doesn't take it back over, a lot of these organizations, there's going to be a lot of children that are going to miss the opportunity to play youth sports in Iredell County. A lot of children. These organizations will not be able to pay like other entities that lease our fields. These are our children, and today they need exercise more than ever. They need to be outside playing, and I, for one, want to make sure they're playing. I'd also like to address, I do agree that 35 will not pay for a full-time person. We've got some other options. When we go to this facilities, and this all can be discussed at a later date, but we do have some other options. I too, Mr. Poindexter, think we'll probably have to add some money to that. That position will be looking after all the new auditoriums. Is that correct? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the plan. Let me just put it that way. We don't know what
that will be a part of it, but that will be the board's decision as to how much authority you're going to give each principal if we move that way for enterprise funds.
I think what I heard from Bill was that it would take off all the facilities usage. Is that not what you had in mind? Well, we're going to have now that we're changing, and that goes back to the entire policy that you will have for us in April after we make this decision tonight. There's a good chance we're going to generate some funds and some enterprise funds, and then that could be where we look to pay for the additional salary that will be needed for the person looking after all of them. That's how the one is paid for at Statesville High School. Is that correct?
I'd have to get with Ms. Eller
Is
to
that
make
correct,
sure.
Mr. Johnson?
What was that question, Mr.
The
Page?
gentleman that looks after the Statesville High School's auditorium leasing and everything is paid. That money's
Part
paid
of
out
his salary comes from the enterprise fund.
the enterprise fund.
Not
So
all of it.
I understand. I know that, but some of it does. So we can take this 35, and I'm just saying that's a possibility without using taxpayer money. It would kind of pay for itself as it goes. Because I agree, it probably is going to take a little more money. But anyway, what I think our options tonight is to first make a motion to approve the Mr. Tutay.
Not working.
No, that never works.
This
That's
one
where I
never
used to
worked.
sit.
That's right. You turned mine off, didn't you?
Yeah, they kept it off of me.
And I know this is nothing new, but I'm confused. To me, we're talking about two different things. We're talking about facilities use, which is Mr. Jackson's prerogative ever since I've been here, and that's what he's always presented is the facilities use and how they're going to be used, how much we're going to pay, how much we're going to charge, all the outlines and the guidelines for that. And to me, that's what this outline shows here is that. Then we're talking about, I don't know, for lack of a better word, the administration of what used to be the Iredell County Recreation Group. Now, I agree, we do not want to take anything away from our kids. Our kids need to be playing. And then I can appreciate everything you've said, but none of that's in this document. That $35,000 is not listed here. There's no outline here for what it is. I mentioned before at the meeting, I feel like I'm dealing with a pig and you know what? Mm-hmm. And I don't see an outline for what we're going to be doing if we take that group over. Now, what you've said, all your outline, all of that could be true, but I don't see this. So I'm voting for what you say instead of what I've got outlined. I've got the facilities outlined here, but I don't have that program outlined. For example, just like you just were talking to him about, $35,000. That's not in here. How much do you need? You're going to need more. Who's going to cover it? How are you going to get it? What's he going to be? What's he going to be responsible for? Who's he going to be responsible to? I don't have those. I'm all for the youth playing sports, but I don't have the outline as to what we'd be doing if we take that program over.
All we're doing at this point is saying, will we take this deal from the county?
Yeah.
That's what's down here to do. And you can
deal? Well, let me extend. What is the deal? I don't know. We say at this point, and I've heard that, we saying we're going to do what we've been doing all along with no changes. We're going to make sure they check the blocks and all that. But to me, at this point, that needs to be outlined in front of us that we'd have a good idea about what that program is at this point and what we would be doing in that program. I'm not against the program. but I don't have a plan as to what we'd be doing.
Mr. Chairman. And also, what I'd like to add is that, it really is different. We have been letting these organizations use our facilities, but we haven't been administering it. And the school system is not in the Parks and Recs business. We're in the business of educating our children. And I agree with Mr. Chairman that, boy, these kids need exercise. I mean, they need to have an opportunity to get out and do it. But, we've got so many needs here in the school system right now that, and here's another thing for me, is that no matter what anybody says, I promise you, our principals and our administrators are going to get called from these parents if they, since they don't have a direct pipeline to the Parks and Rec. Now, last week in a meeting, we heard a former principal tell us that at 11 o'clock at night, she was going to lock up a gymnasium after, and I was like, well, that might be good for her, but I don't think that's exactly what we want our principals to be doing. So I'm really concerned as we take the administrative function over, that we're taking on something that the school system, I mean, really, this is not the norm. You don't see this in other municipalities.
That's it. Any other discussion?
What's the timeline, Mr. Jackson? When do they want us to take it over for sure? Like July 1 for the next budget, or when?
We've got a county commissioner here. Mr. Houp, would you approach, please? County commissioners are waiting on us to tell them what we're going to do, and then what was the discussion, Mr.
Well, just for a point of clarity, this changes nothing. No opportunities for the kids. The rec department was getting the 501c organizations paperwork. They were supposed to be checking the blocks to make sure they're actually 501cs, whatever the other blocks were as to whether they had insurance, et cetera, et cetera. What we said was, it's your facilities, you're in charge of the facilities. We wanted to move that back to your organization because you guys actually have the authority to restrict usage of those facilities if those 501cs don't follow the policies. We don't. So our people in the rec department was giving that information to Rob Jackson, and then the principals handle it anyway. This will change nothing for your principals. They get the phone calls anyway. They have to unlock the facilities, or somebody that works for you. So it will not adversely, in my opinion, affect any child that plays sports unless the organizations themselves change the policy. All this does is move the paperwork vetting from the rec department to Rob Jackson and you guys. And then you decide who's going to use your facilities and what you're going to charge them to use it. It's really that simple. Has nothing to do. The rec department never at any time ran these programs, ever. These organizations did.
Well, I actually feel if we had one person doing this and overseeing it with the time to do it, our communication would be much better with these organizations, and we'd probably end up putting less work on our principals. But that's just my opinion.
I agree with you. I mean, it's your facilities, so I think, working collaboratively, we're just really trying to clean up a process to put it back in your domain to where the extra usage money would go towards whatever you guys establish, like Mr. Howell wants it to go to a dedicated person. Whatever y'all decide would be your decision. But that would be whoever does it would report to Rob, I'm assuming, to deal with that. That person would reach out to your principals or a dedicated employee at each system that would let these people enter out.
Okay,
but
at what time?
We allocated.
At what time would this? Now, when is it that the Iredell County system is wanting to give this up to give?
It would be July, Mr.
Okay,
Kelly.
if it's July in the first place, that is a relatively short period of time, but it's a long period of time in reference to. And I'm still saying, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have the information, though. Between now and July, though, why can we not get an outline of what we would be doing, the boxes we're checking, the insurance we're asking for, the groups that are involved, how it's going to be, everything? Between now and then, before I vote for that, I need to see what it is they're going to be doing. Now, everybody seems to know what they're doing, but it isn't in front of us as a board.
What our offer is we upped we were asked 2 years ago to up the utilities fees because it hadn't been addressed since the 90s.
Right.
So we voted then, and it was an oversight not to give you the money sooner than now, from $25,000 to $50,000 a year for utilities only, period.
Right.
So due to the fact that we felt like it was fair to make an offer also to give you some kind of revenue towards the usage and or maintenance of this responsibility moving back to your plate. So we were willing as a partner to try to help you do that. You know, we work well together, Rob and Kenny and our guys. So I think what you're talking about more so, Mr. Kelly, is a process that would be determined by your staff and your board approved by policies and
in
and
other
that
words,
kind of thing.
if we were starting this right now, we would have an outline as to what people are going to be doing in each of those organizations out there in each of those schools. We would have what they're going to be doing, what they're going to be responsible for, what they're going to have, all that attached to the facility.
I agree. But all due respect, though, you already have that because all it is the organizations, when they turned in the 501c organizations, however many there were,
so
our people gave it to Rob.
all I'm asking is that between now and July, we get an outline of what it is we'll be doing.
I'm sure your staff and our staff can work together and get you all that relevant information.
Mr. Kelly, may I?
All we're asking you guys to do tonight is try to make a decision as to move forward with you guys taking the process back and or us keeping the vetting process. That's really the question on board here. And then how you use the money, if you would choose to go that route, would be your board's decision.
Well, to me, that would be in that outline as to how we're going to use that money if we get that money.
Well, if you get the money, use it how you want to.
I understand, but that...
They're waiting for us to say if we want to do it.
Mr. Kelly.
That's in the air.
Mr. Kelly, if I can, maybe I can clear this up. You see, Iredell County Recreation Department wasn't doing what they were supposed to be doing.
True.
And so, in essence, we're going to start from scratch. Now, what brought me over to accepting this was the fact that it would take some responsibility away from our principals. And they can go back to teaching children rather than doing administrative work for Little League. And that's basically what it is. And so by hiring an individual that's on a part-time basis that can work under Mr. Jackson, he can show them the ropes, and they can be the junkyard dog and make sure these organizations follow the rules as they are intended to do, which has not been done. And I really think we would do a better job.
I don't have any doubt of that, but the key word you used there was from scratch. In our standpoint, I don't have any idea what they do or what we would do or what we'd be responsible for.
Do you know what they do now? Because they're going to do the exact same thing, except for these A, B, C, D, E, and F, G. We will have to check those blocks. That's what's new. That's it. Is that correct, Mr. Jackson?
We're going to be doing the same thing they're doing.
So, no, what we've been doing all along.
Right.
What we've been doing. Yeah. It's only we're going to have to check these things right here. What's in red is what the change is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're going to do it better.
And what have we been doing?
We're going to do it better.
How are we going to do it? I'm just asking for the guidelines.
Yes.
Well,
the guidelines are not in place, and they're evidently not working for them. So if I'm going to take them over and they don't work and they're giving them up because of insurance, hey.
So may I add something to this discussion? I think what we're asking tonight is just direction from the board. If you guys want to go down this path, then in the upcoming months, we will work with the staff from the Iredell County Rec Department and our staff. We will develop all of those guidelines. We will be amending this policy. We'll be coming up with new procedures and rules. There will be some training dates put in place for these organizations to come in and cross-train with our folks. So you don't have a lot of that in front of you tonight, but it will be put in place before July 1st. Once we do get the edits and the new documents and the agreement forms, we will bring all of that to you guys for you to review and approve or to edit.
And if I may add, I just want to have a point of clarity. In our task force meeting, Mr. Howell, Mr. Page was there. we said we could sit back down and reassess this after a year since it would be new kind of to you guys. But I want to make it clear that our goal is the same as yours, that no child in this county is turned away from any youth athletics. And that's why we felt like if it was in your domain, since it's your facilities, that it would be a better run process and a more thorough run process with your own people. And that's why we were willing to help you.
Mr. Page,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have the Iredell-Statesville schools approve, assuming the administration of the Iredell Youth Athletic Programs. Along with my motion, I'd like to include that a meeting be held with the following people there: board chair, superintendent, county manager, county attorney, ISS attorney, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Carver, Mr. Howell, the director of the Iredell Recreation Department. And at that time, that group will come up with the outline of the program and the responsibilities that we were to incorporate. I'm most concerned, and I want my motion to include insurance liability and what the cost of that is. And if after the board attorneys meet and it is determined that our liability insurance policy would be to increase, then I would expect the county to add that to the $35,000 that would be used. And I would like for the $35,000 for the first year to be solely used for the administration of the youth athletic program. And I don't plan to repeat that motion.
I started saying.
I second that.
Okay, your motion just,
We take it over
well,
with his guidelines.
My motion, Mr. Chairman, is to approve assuming the administration of the Iredell Youth Athletic Program.
the one part that bothers me is the last statement that it has to be only for the athletic facilities. It was my hope that we could move these, and I thank Mr. Howell from what he just said, to move all facilities usage to this position. Now, Mr. Jackson's got 2 schools being built. We've got tons of other projects. We're just getting ready to possibly get turned loose with some more capital money, which will be at least 2, maybe 3 new projects. We need to get this facilities use off of him, and that to me was one of the advantages of getting this $35,000. Is possibly if we add another 10 or 15,000, it'll be a full-time position and can do all of what Mr. Jackson's doing at this present time.
Mr. Chairman, my motion obviously doesn't have a second, but my intent. Pardon?
Bill.
Okay.
I was going to second. Bill second.
My intent in the motion was to say, and I did say it, that the $35,000 would go for the first year for the administration of the youth athletic programs to get it started. At that point, then I think this board can determine, if indeed it needs to assume other responsibilities.
Okay, maybe I misheard you. I thought you put only in that statement.
And I probably did, but I didn't mean it. I meant only for 1 year.
For one, okay, only for 1 year. For the first year, all this was going to be redone after. We were going to sit down after a year and see how it worked.
That's correct.
Okay. Do I have to repeat the motion? Oh my God.
I'd like
Kelly, what have you got?
That's pretty good. Oh gosh.
Administration of Iredell County programs, that a meeting be held with the board chair, superintendent, county manager, board attorney, attorney for the county, Mr. Howell, Mr. Carver, and Mr. Jackson, along with what is the cost for the insurance liability. If the insurance liability is to increase, then they expect the county to reimburse ISS for the increase of the liability insurance, and that for the $35,000 be used for the first year for the administration of getting the facilities up and going.
And I think, Sam, didn't you also have the recreation director for the county in there?
The recreation director was also to be a part of that committee.
Well, I'm trying to think back who we had to meet. Who was in the meeting? Charles, were you in?
The only one that wasn't in the meeting, the one I attended, the only one that on the list that wasn't there was Mr. Carver. So all the others have already been involved in this process.
Do what now?
I said, Mr. Kennington's list, everybody that was the last meeting that we attended with Mr. Haupt and Ms. Hepler and Rob, everybody everybody on his list was there except for Mr. Carver. So he's the one person that's added to the list.
I was trying to remember who was there at that meeting when we discussed it.
Well,
Did you state Commissioner Halp as well?
I did not state Mr. Halp. That will be up to the county commissioners to appoint their representative. Who was with us?
I'd be more than happy to
that
recuse
meeting
myself.
We were at that meeting. Who was it?
That's okay.
y'all and me, and no, not Charles.
No, Charles,
Y'all
okay.
and me and Rob.
These two. Okay, you weren't there.
But specifically, Mr. Attorney, I want a real discussion on insurance liability.
Yeah, we've been drilling down on that a little bit too.
Yeah.
And that's what I think Mr. Kelly is asking for, is when you get those details back. At that time, then we can see what we have.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kennington, we were told by the Recreation Department that each of these entities had their own insurance, and that was one of the things that we would insure. If they didn't have it, then they would not be allowed to use the facility.
And we were also going to discuss the old use agreement requires $1 million, and we were going to have someone investigate with a local provider what would happen if you said $2 million. What would be the additional burden? And if there's not much burden on the user, we might.
We also wanted to specify exactly what specific liability insurance they needed.
That's correct.
Would cover. And the other thing, just in fairness to the county, Michelle Hepler, the director, said that a lot of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jackson, but they do a lot of training that would be otherwise for non-youth groups, and that they would allow us to, at no charge, it sounded like to me, participate in some of that training. So we're going to get some additional benefit from the county out of this as well.
They would allow the youth organizations to participate, not us.
The organizations.
We're not running. I think there's such a misconception. This does not run into youth organizations. All it's taken, the only change really for what we got, Mr. Jackson, back me up or tell me I'm wrong, is to check these blocks off. Right. And the paperwork will come to us, not to the rec department. There's really nothing else that's changing from our point. We're hoping that we change some of the perception of what's going on. Where hopefully, if we have a full-time person that's doing facilities, for all our facilities, we can do that. Now, I was asked by one of the other commissioners that we needed to do this because they want to go ahead and know which way they're going, and because they have voted already to disassociate it, but they wanted to know about if we were going to take the deal that was offered in the meeting that, Bill, you and I were in. Is that correct? Okay, I couldn't remember who. So, all right, we got a motion on the table to take this over and have a meeting with the people Mr. Kenyon expressed, and the $35,000 would go to facilitate the administration of the facilities use agreements. Is that correct, Mr. Kenyon?
No, sir.
Okay, what was it say?
It's to facilitate the
sports.
That's correct.
Okay.
I changed my turn page.
Yeah. Okay. Do it again.
Well, it's just to facilitate the youth athletic.
The youth athletics. Correct. Okay. All right. Any further discussion?
Well, what he said, he didn't understand too, I don't believe, but your training of your referees and your coaches, the recreation department still does that. They still certify them. So, we keep saying
that's only in soccer and baseball.
Soccer and baseball. Okay. Well, they're not going to stop. I'm saying you keep saying that the recreation department doing something wrong. They've not really done anything wrong. They're still doing their job, and they're still going to certify coaches and players like that. I'm just saying. Yeah,
they have their.
We keep thinking like the recreation department's got a black eye or something here, so we're getting everything away from them.
No, we're
that's not it.
No, I'm glad you said that because it's just they don't have the manpower that they want to do it, and they want to get out. They're a middleman. And they want to get out of being the middleman on these sports.
So we ought to take care of looking after them. So that's the bottom line.
So, all right.
And this group is going to generate the outline, right?
That's what he said.
Well, all we've got to do is get what's going on now.
Compare notes with Iredell Recreation to what we've got in our policy under that item 7, to do the due diligence to make all recreation groups adhere to those policies.
Actually, we're going to have more power than we have right now, because if they don't have those things, whoever's administering the program says, you can't play.
I think this policy here tells pretty much everybody's responsibility. It tells them, what happens is the youth group's going to go to the school and to the principal or their designee, ask for facilities use form. All that's spelled out in here, right?
The process will not change
Right.
in that respect. You still go to the individual school, meet with the principal or a designee, go through the motions, make sure it's on the calendar, make sure you've got the times, you've got access to the building, fill out the form. You're in good standing with them, because if you're having problems with the school itself, they may say no, and they may have good right.
Right. And what Mr. Jackson is describing is a flow chart, process flow chart.
Yep.
So that is one of the steps that we will put in place that may help improve this relationship.
It is in place and it's been followed, and anytime someone calls, I send them directly to the school, because that's where it starts, meeting with that principal or designee at the school, because they control their calendar and their school events.
Right.
The only thing we're doing here is for this particular group, and we have to identify it because this group's fee, the county is paying $50,000 for the utilities and maintenance for these groups. So they have to be designated differently from any other group in order to fall under the county's recreation. These A through G were what we looked at with what the county had been doing in the past and updating it for some of our thoughts. But this is basically what the county's been doing. The only difference is they will bring that paperwork to Rob or if we have somebody else doing it, and turn it in at the start of the year to show that they're a legal group. If they don't meet that, then they fall under the travel team stuff. They'll be just like the travel teams. They'll do the same thing. So really, there's only one thing that has changed in the entire process, and that is what we put in here under 7, A through G, that would have to be checked off.
Okay. Let's call a question, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? The motion is to approve moving into this agreement with Iredell County Rec Department through the motion. Any other discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? No?
No.
Mr. Kelly, did you vote?
Let me vote no.
Okay. 2 noes, 5 yeses. Thank you. Carries. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. So you can get this, you're going to get your committee together in the next few days or week, and y'all tweak this up, and then Mr. Houp will get you the copy of it. It'll go, then you take it to your board, correct? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
And the committee is the committee as outlined in the motion. Is that
Yes,
correct,
sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank
And Kelly, if you'll get those laid out and get with Mr. Jackson, and let's try to send some dates out, because that's going to be a lot of people to get together, and we'll try to send some dates out and make that happen. Okay? In the meantime, Mr. Coutey, I guess you will check on the insurance, and you'll have exactly what kind of insurance they need to have and the amounts, correct? Now, insurance requirement is already in this. That is in there under F. So if you look at facilities usage form, the insurance requirements are under F already. So if we change that, we'll have to change policy F. Thank you. The next discussion, and we discussed this the other day, I think we just need to move on with this. What I have asked the board to do is looking at ways to be more efficient. Found that several of our schools are completely surrounded by the city of Mooresville. What I would like to ask the board is I would like to designate Dr. Miller to go to Mooresville and meet with the people at Mooresville and sit down and see what are the pros and cons of annexation. We have partnered with them on water lines. We've done a lot of things. We're paying with them. Our 47% of the tax base is in our school district. We're paying out-of-district water and sewer rates. We're not getting their police protection. So I would just like to let him go down there and sit down with them and come back and say, this is good, this is bad, we want to do it, we don't want to do it. And I would entertain a motion to that effect.
Can you repeat again what you want Dr. Miller to do, please?
That'll be determined by the motion. What I would like is him to go meet with the city officials in Mooresville in the different departments. You didn't know I was going to throw that on you, did you? Here he comes up here. And you know more about what's going on. You know about the water lines we've paid for.
Right.
I mean, it's just what I'd like for him to do is just go down there and talk to him and see where we're at with it.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion that we direct Dr. Miller to investigate the possibility of annexing some of our South End schools, which are surrounded by the town of Mooresville, just to see if there was any cost-saving measures there that we could reap the benefits of.
Second.
I got a motion and a second to have Dr. Miller go down and talk with city officials in Mooresville to see advantages and disadvantages of annexing our property and bring us back a report.
Very good.
Any other discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Was that unanimous? Very good. All right. I had asked, we had originally put this on, these two on consent agenda, but I notified all the board members that these projects I really felt uncomfortable putting on consent agenda, and I asked them to be put back on. Please, board members, I hope you respect that typically any one board member can keep something from going on consent. So, Mr. Jackson, you want to do both of these?
Yes, sir. Mr. Page, members of the board, agenda item C is for the West Iredell paving and tennis court project. We had a time bidding this project because there is a lot of work out there, but everybody's just backed up right now with all the rain, as you well know. We finally got enough bids on March 4th. Bell Construction was the low bidder at $681,900. This work includes storm drainage piping and a lot of regrading of the back parking lot to prevent erosion on not only the football field, the track, softball, and baseball fields, but it provides additional parking in the rear with some extra handicap parking, and it will provide 6 new tennis courts to bring it in line with the High School Athletic Association guidelines. Bell Construction is a local company that have done plenty of work for us, and I highly recommend them. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
And you said at our CAL meeting that this spending this money would help protect the investment of the softball, baseball fields,
yes,
football
sir.
field, all that investment that we've already made.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for having. I'm glad. I can't say thank you to you because we have to bid, but I'm glad to see a local bidder, Bell Construction, come through. That's well established in Iredell County. I'll make a motion we accept item paving and tennis court project. You want to do them separate, correct?
Yeah, we're just going to. All right, I got a motion and a second to accept the paving, drainage, parking lot, and tennis court project at West Iredell. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item D is the tennis court lighting contract. We would purchase from Musco. They are a premier lighting company throughout the North Carolina, or actually through the Southeast, for a lot of high school, college, and professional lighting. So it's good quality LED lighting. We will purchase the lights and poles. We will have an electrical contractor, Terry Watts Electrical, from here in Statesville, install those poles, very similar to what we did at North Iredell High School. And Musco will help us in the aiming of those lights to achieve the foot candle power for each of the areas. I do highly recommend them for the purchase of these lights for the tennis courts at West Iredell High School.
Any questions, or do I have a motion?
How much money did we save by installing those lights ourselves?
Around $30,000.
Okay.
I make a motion we accept these bids.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the West Iredell tennis court lighting contract. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank
Thanks, sir.
you. Purchase of drafting computers, Mr. Williams. You don't look like Todd.
Not Mr. Williams, but I will fill in for him. So, per board policy 6430, all bids and purchases above $90,000 must be approved by the board. The CTE department will be purchasing 133 new drafting computers. This will be a refresh for all of the drafting computers at the 5 traditional high schools. And since they're all on separate requisitions because they go to different locations, but they are on state contract and they will use state CTE allotment for the purchases.
Make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion, second, approve purchase of drafting computers for all 5 base high schools. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you. Summer school, Dr. Taylor.
So for summer programming, the state does allow us to do retesting for EOGs and EOC areas, and all of that must take place at the end of the school year. And so we did present the plan for summer programming, credit recovery, and EOG retesting at the end of the school year at the committee of the whole meeting. And we present that to the board for approval tonight.
We don't have time this summer to do this?
This is all done right at the end of the school year and finishes up in June. The last day for summer testing would be June the 20th.
You know, and that's one of the things I don't like this called summer school because it's really not.
It is not summer school. It is a short remediation at the end of the school year, and then there is retesting that is done on those teacher work days in June, and then credit recovery can take place through June the 20th.
It's a short 3-day or whatever credit recovery program. Is that more correct?
Credit recovery would be for our high schools, and then at the elementary level, middle school level, they can retake the end of grade test, and that score goes and counts toward the proficiency for the schools. It's included in that
really
proficiency for accountability.
Just a short remediation program.
Yes.
Make a motion, we accept this.
Second.
We got a motion second to accept our summer school program.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend the motion or make a whatever you call it, because I'd like for it to be remediation program as opposed to summer school program.
I have an amendment to change summer school program to remediation program. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a motion, amendment, and a second to change the name from summer school program to remediation program. Thank you very much. I like that much better. Any discussion on that, on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's been renamed. Now we have on the table a motion to approve the remediation school. Did you put remediation summer or just plain remediation?
Remediation.
Remediation school program. Any further discussion on that? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you. Opposed policy, Dr. Lassane. There she is. I didn't see you out there. Reduction in force. This is the second reading. We'll need a vote. Okay.
Mr. Page, Mr. Johnson, members of the board, you've had the opportunity to review extensively Policy Code 7920, which is reduction in force, teachers and school administrators. Per our original discussion with this, there were some minor changes. One was a required change from the School Boards Association, and then there was an update to the footnotes as well as the references. In discussing the desires for the criteria, we did make a local change of the numbered list included under C to a bulleted list. I have also highlighted from the footnotes and shared with you, as we discussed last week in Cal meeting, consultation with the School Boards Association, and also just being aware of general statutes and the fact that the evaluations, I know that was a concern for you, Mr. Howell, the evaluations are the one criteria that is required by general statutes. So I'll be glad to answer any additional questions you have regarding this policy.
Mr. Chairman, since raising this thing is lagging forth is my fault. As you know, I had the opportunity to go to law conference this past week, and I did ask the North Carolina School Board attorneys about this and what we had done, and it was never my intention to take out the criteria for what did I want to say? The work performance evaluation. I never intended for that to be taken out. My whole problem with this was that I wanted this board to put these things in an order that we all could agree. That way the teachers or teacher assistants or mechanics or whoever we might have to rift in the future would know where they stood. Now, according to the lawyer, we have every right to do that. It's up to you guys whether you want to take the time to do it. But I can tell you this, if a time ever comes for this to happen, somebody's going to put it in order. So do it now, do it later. Thank you.
Well, they've got, I looked at these, and, you know, I think a lot of it's going to depend on where the RIF would be at.
Absolutely.
And then I think the order could be established depending on where the RIF's at. I kind of like it, leaving it. And they'll have to come back to us and tell us exactly what they're going to do if they're going to RIF people. I mean, that's my thought, is it's not a lot of...
And I would just remind the board again that the board has to approve a reduction in force. And at that point in time, you could require us to say, what are the recommendations of the balance of the criteria? You know, how are they weighed against one another, and give us feedback at that time if changes are desired.
But is it what you're saying, Mr. Howell, though, if you do what you're talking about, at least the teachers, anyone that would be subject to this policy would know well in advance the structure of the policy? Is that what you're saying?
That was my intent, and I didn't mean to open the can of worms. And I apologize for that, for spending so much time on this. But I think that our employees are important, and I just feel like they need to know.
And Mr. Howell, just as a reminder, because we have been through several reductions in force, and the weight has changed with those, and so the list of the criteria helps inform our employees about these are the things that will be considered if we do have a reduction in force. And so if we weighed them to begin with by importance and there were a need to change that, then we would have to change the policy contingent upon that when they already have notification of those. And so that's just something to consider, our experience with reduction in force and a need to vary what we're looking at contingent upon those circumstances.
And we'll have to approve it, so they'll come to us and say, this is the area we've got to make cuts. Here will be the criteria. But anyway, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, I've made enough of this where if it comes in the near future, I think that'll be done. What I was concerned about is our employees, and that was my whole issue with that. And so anyway, we can do anything we want to do with this.
That's up to the board.
That's up to you gentlemen.
Yeah, but I do think it was good that you brought that up and got us thinking about that, because we do have to think about our employees. You know. So.
I think he has enlightened us a lot. I love taking the numbers out. I do think it is about them, and I think that is something that we would come up to and expect that done before we would actually approve one. But I do see where it could vary. And rather than go back and change a policy, which would take 2 months, if we leave it like this and file a policy, then it'll be brought to us. So I'm just looking at it being a little easier to use from this way. But again, it's totally up to the board.
Yeah,
please do. All right.
I've burned it enough.
I'll second.
I got a motion and a second to accept policy 7920, reduction in force. Any further discussion?
The only thing that I would add, Mr. Chairman, without changing the motion or putting it in the motion, would be at Dr. Lassine at the next principals meeting, go over this in detail with the principals and ask them to please go over it with their staff so that the staff knows it, as opposed to it just being placed on the internet in a book.
We can add that for Wednesday. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you. Mr. Armstrong, you're going to be with us for a while, aren't you? It looks like a pretty long statute.
You are.
I'll tell you what, we've been at this for 2 hours. I would like for the board to take about a 5-minute break real quick because we still got budget to discuss afterwards. So if you'll hang on, we're going to take a quick break.
All right.
For the next Galleon waiting on you.
Just today, right now.
You want to get paid, didn't you?
That was you getting paid, not me.
Sign it, I have to sign for you to get paid.
Okay, I didn't know I was getting paid.
Okay.
That was me.
Questionable.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Armstrong, excuse us for a break.
No problem. Mr. Page, Mr. Johnson, and board members, I have policies 1 through 12, and for our second reading and a vote tonight. I discussed them 30 days ago, and I have not had any one to call to ask about or question any of them. Unless you have questions, I'm able to talk about any of them that you'd like to discuss.
Mr. Armstrong's got policy 1510, 4200, 7270, policy 3470, 4305, policy 4125, 4333, 5025, 6125, 6220, 4152, 5020, 6140, 6305, and 6315. All these policies have had a first reading. They've set for a month. No comments on them. These are all updates from the North Carolina School Board Association. Board members, any discussion on any of these policies?
Make a motion to accept those policies as written.
Second. I've got a motion and a second to approve these policies, the 12 policies as presented. Any discussion?
Yes, we have.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, particularly on policy 1510, 4200, 7270, as I outlined at the Cal meeting, I'm very concerned about our athletic participation, our athletic events taking place, behavior there, et cetera. And I don't know how much of this policy would be what would be looked at, Dr. Armstrong, to include some of those things. For example, under A, on the first page, supervision of students. Students must be reasonably supervised while in the care and custody of the school system. And I just added, just for my talk, to include all athletic events. Okay. And I can go on because I basically added on the second page, under the first paragraph on the second page, third sentence, at school events, if we need to clarify that that also includes athletic events in school events. Once again, under the second policy, the same thing under school events. Then on the third page, second paragraph, or first full paragraph, where you have listed must teach and review with students, I would add a fourth to talk about student behavior at athletic events, home and away. Okay. And I will give you this because I don't know, as I said, if it should fall under this policy or a separate policy that deals with, strictly with athletic school safety.
I can bring this back next month if you like.
Well, I certainly don't want to delay the approval of this. I just want to find out if this is the policy that we need to update to include the athletic events, both home and away. Okay. Number 6, it says students should notify any staff member. We require staff to notify administrations, and we use the word shall, and I don't know if it would be appropriate that we should say to students that they shall notify as opposed to should. But those are just some of the things that I would just like to know if it's a matter of tabling this particular one, or you come back with a different policy to include the athletic event.
I would rather get with you and the edits you've made and add them to this one.
Another option you might want to consider, if you like what's in this policy, Mr. Kennedy, you make some very valid points about adding to this or possibly creating a new policy to address athletic events. You could consider passing this tonight if you like it in its current state, And then Mr. Armstrong can call the staff at the School Boards Association, the legal staff down there, explain what our goal is, that we want to tighten up on safety and student supervision at athletic events, and ask them, should it be here or should that be a separate policy? So that's another option you might want to consider.
And that's fine. That was what I wanted to try to determine, so that we can do that. Right. That would be certainly acceptable to me, Mr. Johnson. Okay. And I would be more than happy to get with Dr. Armstrong and just share what I mentioned here. Okay. If that's
well, and yesterday at our meeting, that was one of the areas we discussed, and I believe we're going to make some strides in improving that. I thought you brought some very good points up. Do we want to move on with this one, or do we want to hold it out and then make the changes and then see if the Athletic Association wants to change them? Either way, that's up to the board. Bill, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say, as I said yesterday, and to my surprise, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association had dropped the requirement to have officers at football and basketball games with arrest powers. And I thought, I don't know whether this is where it could be included or should be included, but I would like for this board to consider requiring our high schools to, again, put officers with arrest powers at those games.
Okay, we can do that.
And I think that's probably where you get into a specific policy for athletic events.
Venue.
I mean, but I don't know either.
Well, let's do like Mr. Johnson said as far as that policy is concerned. Just go ahead and approve it as presented, but to come back if we need to make changes to it that include the athletics, or to come up with a new policy on athletics. Maybe that's the way
it need to be reworded, Costi. Can you accept it like that, or just add?
No, I think that would be fine, and I think when Mr. Armstrong is checking that probably there are other extracurricular but non-athletic events that you'd want to have the same kind of protection for.
Absolutely, so any school events. And I agree that there's some wording in here needs to be changed to include them. It's just, do we want to change it now or go ahead and enforce this, or do we want to? That's up to y'all. We've got a motion now in a second to approve all of them as is. So why don't we just, any further discussion on that? We'll vote on that motion up or down.
Yes, I have another concern with another policy, 6140. As I read this, it seems like on the second page, under B, insert the board goals here and see appendix. Okay, there's nothing there. On page 5, it says, fourth paragraph once again, list any additional local goals here, see appendix. And then when you go to the appendix, the top of the page, page 1 of 4, the appendix, it just says this appendix is not intended to be a part of board policy. It should not be adopted by the board and should not be included in the board's policy manual. It's intended solely as an aid, blah, blah, blah. Delete these pages before this policy goes before the board for adoption. So we got a mess.
Why do you have an appendix? Yes, I understand.
I mean, it doesn't make sense if you say refer to appendix, but when you go to appendix, it is telling us to delete these. I don't know.
I would recommend that you table this until we clear that up with the School Boards Association. A lot of times they send these policies out to school districts as samples to go by, and obviously there is some verbiage here that should not be included in what you're going to vote on tonight. So I would recommend that you table this and let us talk to the School Boards Association.
All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to table policy or amend the motion.
We need an amendment.
An amendment, 'cause we got a motion on the floor.
Amend the motion to table policy 6140.
Well, we've got a.
Mr. Page, you could just ask the people that made the original motion if they would withdraw 6140.
And I'll tell you, if you look at the very top of this, it says this student wellness policy must be reviewed and developed in conjunction with the school wellness committee, and we've done that in the past, but I can bring that original back.
Yeah, this needs work.
Yes.
Let's do, since it's been formally introduced, I feel better with doing an amendment. Is that okay?
Yep.
I've got an amendment. Did I get a second?
Second.
I've got an amendment and a second to remove policy 6140 from the motion.
What about that number one that he was talking about? Going to take it out also?
I thought we was going to leave that in there.
Let's vote on this amendment, and then we'll ask. Okay, because that would be an amendment to amendment. Let's not. Okay, I've got an amendment and a second to strike policy 6140 from the motion. Any other discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Carries unanimously. 6140 is now stricken from the motion. Stricken from the motion. Sounds like he's sick.
Thank you.
We will. Mr. Kelly, you've brought up a point. Do we want to strike?
Well, he had some editing in the first policy also.
Well, he's going to do it. He's the school board.
You going to create another one for that?
Yeah, we're going to come back to it.
Yeah, then that
Okay,
be
then
changed.
that's just discussion.
Okay.
I call for the question.
Okay, so at this time, we have removed policy 6140. We still got the motion on the floor. Any other comments? At this time, all in favor of approving the motions listed under Mr. Armstrong, second reading, in numerical order 1 through 9 and 11 and 12. All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Carries unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So this one's been pulled out. All right. We added on our agenda, we added I, some discussion on budget. Let me say that, well, this is not here, so I don't want to throw.
Carol.
This has to go. This has to go to the county commissioners when?
Wednesdays.
13th.
Yes, Wednesday, Thursday.
March the 13th.
March 13th. Okay, Wednesday. We have voted on. We've done everything on this. We've gone over it. We discussed it at the committee of the whole meeting. I'm sorry, at the meeting. Yes, committee of the whole meeting. There were some changes made to. After meeting with the county commissioners, we made some changes. We removed some expenses that were moved to public safety funds on for Iredell County, and it's shown on here. The new part shows the changes that we did to satisfy what the county was doing. We do need to approve this to go to the county. So that is why I tonight am asking you to approve the changes that we did in order for the county, which was to move some money, take the SROs out of our expenses, which showed up as I don't have my updated one with me, showed up as a $400-some-thousand positive, and then we put that we were going to spend it on SROs, nurses, and what was the third?
SAPs, and then contracted services.
Contracts.
For mail
Yes,
service.
ma'am. So, which everyone has received that copy. But we will need to approve those changes before we send it to the commissioners. Everybody knows this is just the first of many budgets that we will be looking at. This is our request. Once we get back, we do not know what the county is going to give us. We do not know what the state's going to give us or what other expenses the state will put on us. This is just the best guess we've got at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, Ms. Steele's here for questions.
Well, Mr. Chairman and members of this board, I had asked last year for a raise for our classified people. And I said I would not vote for a budget that did not have that in there. And there is a raise for mechanics and I think bus drivers, but there is not a raise for our people that are secretaries and things like that. As best I could find, that's not in here. So I would like to see that in this budget. I don't care how much money it costs. Those people deserve a raise. Now, we gave a nice raise for a lot of our principals. It's somebody else's turn. So, I will not vote for this budget unless that gets in there. Thank you.
I'd like to make sure that the raises to the principals were state raises. They did not. That was not a raise in local money.
If you'll look at footnote number 2 on page 3, this does assume that the state is giving a pay raise of 3% for certified, 2% for classified, 5% for assistant principals. But if you want us to add more than that, based on your direction, we'll be glad to do that.
Well, it would call a board vote, but what I was saying is they need a bump in the scale. Not a 2% raise. Right. They need a bump in their scale. They go through 0 through 30 just like a teacher. And I was told that Iredell-Statesville, because the state doesn't bump these people every year, Iredell-Statesville schools doesn't give them a raise like we do teachers.
Mr. Howe, we do have a 5-step. Actually, it's a 5-year. Every 5 years that they are with us, they get a 2-step bump for classified staff.
So they're going to be behind all the time, basically.
That's correct. The steps are not based on years of experience.
Well, regardless of that we've left them in the dirt too long enough. We need to show more of them.
I totally agree. When 3 years ago, we give them a 2% raise plus these steps. So we have done something for them. I agree we need to do more. Do you know right offhand percentage point supplement for classified? What 1% supplement increase would be for classified?
What the cost would be for that?
Yes, ma'am.
I could not give you that at the moment.
Do we know how much? Do you have what we spent on supplements last year for classified?
I would not have that available at this moment, but is that something you're willing to look into, is raise the percentage for the
I'm asking, that would be my recommendation if we're going to do something, to bring them from 4.75 up to, what are we paying now? We're paying 6.25 for teachers, correct?
Our supplement for our teachers now is 6.25.
Right. Okay. Right. And for classified, it's 4.75.
I think for our classified, it is 4.85.
The total supplement cost for this school year was over $5 million, but I do not have a breakout of what that would be for classified versus certified.
I have asked that before, and I'm reluctant to rely on my memory, that's for sure. I want to say it's about $500,000 percentage point for.
Yeah, that's you're getting pretty close there. For the classified employees, a percent would be about $500,000.
About $500,000, if I remember correctly.
Right, and we'll be happy to add that if you direct us to.
That's up to. Would we be interested in And let's face it, we're going to come back to the drawing board. And I do want to say the last report I had from the state, which was last week, what they were looking at for classified was 1.5% or $500, whichever was greater. That's what they're looking at right now, which is a joke for our poor classified. I have no problem adding. We're going to have to come back and tear this. Once we get what the state's going to give us, once we get what the locals going to give us, we will have to come back and make hard decisions. And a lot of this, some of this is going to go. They're not going to give us 12%.
And that was the point I was just getting ready to make, Mr. Page, is 12%. We're not going to, we got to be realistic. And I understand for asking for our wishes. But this is all a preliminary discussion. I mean, we're submitting to the county.
So what we're doing here is we're saying that we're going to send this to the county. This is everything that we want. And then once we get the money, then we're going to come back to this and see what actually we're going to spend the money on.
That's it.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, actually, what we're going to budget the money for.
Well, that's correct.
Now, what will change is if the county will probably tell us a sum that we will be getting, X amount of dollars. Then we will wait for the state. We're not expected to get a state budget this year until after school starts. But we will know. It won't be long. I think next week's the last bill that can be filed. So we'll start getting more information on what we're looking at. They're looking at 8 or 9% for our teachers over a 2-year period. But they don't always split that evenly. But I did catch the $1.5 or $500, which it breaks my heart that our classified people are not. We're just getting so far behind with them, and that goes when you talk to the legislators. They'll tell you that they feel like these people are county employees. They're not their responsibility, so they don't. They hesitate in giving us any more money for them.
So if you're right, then this budget would be at least a 1%, a 0.5% more for classified. If the state is saying right now that they're going to give 1.5% raise to classified or $500, whichever is higher, and this budget is built on 2% for classified, so at least it has built in a 0.5% more than what the state is projecting at this point.
Correct.
So we are doing what Mr. Howell is requesting, and you're requesting that we are projecting at least a 0.5% more. So Mr. Howell should be able to vote for this budget because it is giving the classified staff.
No, it's not. This budget is not. It's saying that she has assumed that and figuring this budget.
And figuring the budget, right.
Right.
So there's a 2% increase for classified staff in this budget.
No, sir.
Yes.
Okay. It's for our local paid staff.
Okay.
That doesn't make up the difference for the state paid, which is not a whole lot. So they are going to get a 2% or a 1.5%. Now we can come back and guarantee them a 2% since it's already in the budget.
That's correct.
But we're not going to be able to give them more than that if we don't ask for it at this point in time.
What's the figure?
I think if we're looking at 1%, we're talking about $500,000. Are we willing to add that to this? Mr. Carver had a point, because I'm going to be honest, I could cut some things right now if this budget don't want to, but I see some things to cut. But are we ready to?
And you could make the argument there's some things to add, so that's the bantering process that has to go backward and forth.
Yeah, so.
Like Ken, what he just said, till they give the money, you can't cut or add or delete either one.
All we're doing is asking for what we want. Now, do we want to add some more money in there? I want us to be careful that if we don't ask for something, then they're going to say, well, you didn't ask for that,
But they're not going to give us 12% anyway, so, I mean, that's kind of a pipe dream.
Yeah, it really is, but I think we'll, until we...
Like talking about what I want to wear to the prom this year, I mean, really.
That's right.
But keep in mind, Ms. Page, and I realize what you said, what we're talking about is local and what we have to turn into the county commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you do have a 2% raise for classified in our local budget. That's
Yes, we do.
What you're talking about the state, we can't control right now. So it's there, at least.
That's right.
It's in the budget.
That's
For all classified? Because I didn't see it.
No, all that's...
I thought it was
You
just-
want to explain that? Let her explain.
Yes, this budget is just the local side. So you're right. We do not know what's going to happen on the state side. So
Not
if,
asked in the state.
right. If the state gave 1.5% raise and you guys wanted to give a 2%, we would have to make it out of the local side of the budget.
And whatever the state gives them, we have to pay
Benefits.
supplement on it and benefits on it.
That's correct.
Which we'll have to pay
Yeah.
if we give them.
A point of clarity, on your footnotes at the bottom of the page, this reads, assumes a 3% raise for certified, 2% raise for classified, a 5% raise for assistant principals. When you and Melissa prepared this document, you guys were saying that the impact of that, if it happens, if the state approves those rates, this would be the impact on the local budget.
That is correct.
$869,000.
So, Mr. Howell, there is a 2% raise in here. If the state does 2%, then we'll cover that locally for our classified employees, if that helps you a little bit.
Well, I mean, we had a discussion not too long ago about losing mechanics.
Right.
And it's because they can go down the road and get a whole lot more money.
Right. And
Those are some things we need to, this is a time to be figuring that. This is.
Right. So item number 7, under discretionary local, there is a proposed pay increase for bus drivers.
I saw that one.
You'll also see, I think.
Number 7 under discretionary, that's bus mechanics.
Bus drivers and
Right.
mechanics.
Yeah, number 5 and number 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
I see
say
under
bus
5.
driver.
I see number 5. Number 5
Right.
is bus drivers.
Yep. So we've got them in
Well,
here.
we will have some leeway when we get back to this budget. But, do we want to submit this as is? We've got to do it Wednesday. We've got to have something come out of here tonight to go to them Wednesday.
I think we need to submit it. I don't like it, but we need to submit it, and that's just because we don't have a choice. The commissioners have to have something in their hands, and by law we have to. So there's no
second
question.
your motion.
But the motion is to submit it.
We don't have a choice.
Right.
Submit this budget as is to the county commissioners. I got a motion and a second. Any discussion? We will have some. I wish Mr. Halp hadn't left, but we will have some leeway when it comes back.
Gene's right there.
Oh. Mr. Halp, how much, I know you can't speak for your board. If we know we're going to make some cuts on this, it'll be changed around a little bit, and then it's going to go back to you guys, correct? It'll go back to them. They're going to use this basically to base what they're going to give us on it. This happens every year. This whole process is done backwards. We have to make a budget before we know what anybody's going to give us. So and I will give Melissa a lot of credit and Kara. They punch numbers, and I swear they're almost right on every year. It's amazing to me how close they get with this rough draft. I've got a motion and a second to submit budget as is to the county commissioners.
Mr. Page, who was your motion and second?
That was
I
fine.
second Mr. Howell's motion.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
Okay, let's have a show of hands. All in favor, aye. Raise your right hand, please. All opposed? 4-3. Passes. Turn it in.
2 vote no.
Uh-oh, 2 voted no. Who voted? Charles?
He voted for.
4. I'm sorry. 5-2. 5-2.
5-2.
5-2.
Kelly, catch up.
All right. That wasn't as long as I thought. All right. Now we're going into public comment. Dr. Miller. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Turner. How are you tonight, sir? Good seeing you. Mr. Turner, you introduce yourself, tell us what you're talking about, and you got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Page, board, my name's Sean Turner. You remember me from last month. I'm speaking tonight with the topic of who's the boss and who holds others accountable. As I was here last month, 4 days later, we had a situation at our high school again. Something else happened. With that being said, I asked again, who are we holding accountable? From situations that have happened throughout this school year, more of what we see are kids who are being held accountable, but not adults. I want to know tonight, and I probably won't get an answer, but I want you all to think about it. Who's the boss? Is our athletic director the boss over coaches, or is our principal the boss? From that, is our superintendent, is our county athletic director, who is the boss? Who calls the shots? Growing up as a kid and following in my father's footsteps, I was always told, son, when you have a situation, when you have a problem, you always go to the top. You start at the top first and you work your way down. I've started with Mr. Johnson. Some of those things have worked my way down. I even did the correct things and started with the principal. I started with the coach and seen nothing happening. Situation that happened in January, and I know there's been an investigation and things going on, still have got not a complete explanation. Situations that happened earlier this school year with 2 students who were cut from a basketball team, and then these parents took their information to the school board, to the school system. School system, someone formed a committee. Committee was formed. Committee looked at this information and says, what was brought forth, these 2 kids should be put back on the team. No explanation was given to us as parents who had other kids on that team to understand if there was such a reason why these kids should be put back on the team, if there was a problem with that coach, why is he still coaching our kids? I want to know tonight who's the boss. I want to know who's making the decision and who is making these people be held accountable. Because if my son gets in trouble, I hold him to be accountable. I know what I keep saying is like spoiled milk. And there's no need to keep talking about spoiled milk. We just throw it out. But at the same time, I want to know, I want you guys to let me know and affirm, not just to me, but to other parents within our community, that the milk was spoiled. Please, if you may have a chance to go in closed session tonight, discuss some of this, because I know you've been discussed this before, but something needs to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Appreciate your comments. Now, Ryan Bickarsh, tell us your name and what you're going to speak on. And Ryan, you'll have 3 minutes, sir. And congratulations on Coach of the Year, by the way.
Well, thank you, sir. Ryan Pegarsh, I live in Mooresville, and I'm talking about the youth athletics. While I was sitting back there, it came to mind that some people on this board are making a mountain out of an anthill. This whole process is not... It offends me that I'm a voting member of a district and we have a board member that has no clue what's going on with it. when it comes down that it gets sent out to the media and the media knows everything about this and then they blow it out of proportion and we have a school board member doing the same thing. The county's not doing anything wrong. They're just trying to get the middleman out of the situation and put it back in our hands where our facilities need to be. Our facilities are top notch in the state. We need to keep it that way and not have a middleman who has no insurance with certain things coming in and doing things that we need to make sure it's in our house. The other thing is we're sitting here talking about a budget. And some school members say nothing. This is what we need to be talking about. You guys are our voting members that are bringing a budget to our county commissioners, and you sit here in silence. It is offended to our voting members that have voted you into that seat. I feel very bad that I voted the person into my seat because you did not talk tonight about a budget that we need to be talking about when our classified staff, our mechanics, and just sitting back there, we have 40-year-old jacks sitting in our bus garage. 40-year-old jacks that are the safety of our kids getting to these schools, and we're doing nothing about it. It offends me as a voting member in this county that some of you are sitting here silent about it. And I hope that changes here shortly when this budget comes back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's the end of our public comment. Do we have any board member comments? Mr. Johnson, do you have any comments?
No, sir.
All right. No comments there. The chair would entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss personnel. I believe we've still got student records.
Yes, that's correct.
And consult with attorney discussing legal matters.
Mr. Chairman, according to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11, I make a motion that the board enter into closed session to discuss personnel, student issues, and to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Second that motion.
Okay, we got a motion, and we'll make sure we're right here. Discuss a student record, discuss personnel issues, and consult with an attorney regarding legal matters, and preserve the attorney-client privilege. Any discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Carries unanimously. We'll move into closed session. Any discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Now we're up.
I'll make a motion we adjourn.
Second.
I got a motion to adjourn and a
I'm
second.
sorry. I withdraw my second.
Second.
All right. We have a proper motion and proper second to adjourn. All in favor, aye? Aye. We're adjourned. Go home, people.
Y'all might want to look at your announcements here.